Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. How are you doing today? How are you feeling? I've had a little bit of a long day. My a pipe burst above the ceiling of my apartment's bathroom. So that was fun. That was so fun. Hunky dory, handy dandy, amazing. We love to hear it. But anyway, today we are going to be playing Our Life Beginning and Always, and I'm really excited to get back into it. I don't know if I'm ever going to get Cove to love us, y'all. I don't know what it is about that man. I know Stash. I don't know what it is about that man, but I don't think he loves us. And I don't think he ever will. And it's unfortunate. But I don't know, we'll see. We'll keep our options open, I think, you know? Sometimes these things do happen. Sometimes, you get rejected and you just gotta try again. And that's, what we're gonna do. We're gonna try again. Not the story, but I mean, like, try to find love again. So yeah. Let's just get back into the game. I'm getting on a really long tangent that really has nothing to do with anything or anybody, so let's just... look at me. See, I'm prepared again. We love to see it. Continue. Hello. There we go. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. Turns out Derek is a demigod and he's in Camp Half-Blood. You still kept in touch over the phone as best as you could. Hi, Jake! How are you? Stash, you want to say hi to people? I don't know if you can see her tail, but you can kind of see her little face. But yeah, the bushes of my webcam frame. Awesome. Yay, I'm glad you can see her. Yes, she's saying hello. How are you? How's your day? That Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer and no one ever heard from him again. We bullied Jeremy out of town. We bullied him out of the story. We punched him out and he was like, she's crazy. We don't want any part of that. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. You saw more of Miranda around. Since you had hung out with her on her birthday, she had opened up to you. The two of you talked regularly. She was the same towards Cove. After a while, all three of you developed a real friendship together. More summers came and went, like waves on the shore coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to both of them being ocean-obsessed. I have been unable to wake up today. So this is my second serving of coffee. I feel like it's the weather, partially, because it's so hot. It just kind of makes me... I don't want to leave the apartment, I don't want to do anything, I just want to go to sleep. She's a friend Cove made due to both of them being ocean-obsessed. I feel like Terry is gonna end up with Cove. You know? Like, I feel like every single time we're like, Cove, love us. He's like, no. And we have to respect his no, you know? We're friends, we're just friends. You know, so maybe if Cove decides that he wants Terry, you know, if you love them, you gotta set them free. Yeah. It's fine. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Oh, wow, that's so great. We're just collateral in this friendship, I guess. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Funnily enough, Terry was also extremely tight with Miranda, who she had known for even longer than Cove. The four of you were able to create a small friend circle. Oh, great. As for your home life, Morwin's also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings. Go moms! Go moms! Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Amazing! Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. That's always good to hear. We love when Elizabeth is slightly less irritable. Um, she'd no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. Oh. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Great. Cove's relationships with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. However, Cove grew into someone no one would call social. He kept to himself, usually. He cared for the few connections he did have, but didn't reach outside them. Outdoor and physical activity still had his heart and his body. By this point, he had developed real skill. Many people thought that he had what it took to become a pro. Okay, full-grown friendship. That's the achievement we got. The friendship between you and Cove had cultivated for years remained consistent. You two were close confidants. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Your big sister Liz hadn't lived at home for full-time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town, because you had now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. And usually is the case with siblings. Once you stop living together, I find that a lot of siblings grow closer. I would love to be closer to my brother than I currently am. But time zones make it really difficult. But yeah. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. What is a proletarian? We only eat polos? Like, you generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made. Though you made your own food nowadays. With this around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Oh, that's great. Conversation had gone on idly, without you taking in the words, until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. They're getting older! The purple from their hair is gone. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright. Now stop burying the lead and tell us. What is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Oh yeah, I do remember them. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Family and friends will be visiting them at their home. That's nice of them then. Have a good summer. Me and grandparents with no grandkids away from us. I hope they're still okay, even if they are mean. They've had a very full life. It's nothing to sneeze at. And you be nice, Liz. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
at least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Aw. Lonnie! And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Okay, okay. Step 3, third time's a charm. Is that alluding to the fact that, like, we have tried multiple times to get Cove to love us and he just will not. He's like, no, shut down every single time. Okay. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of your cabinet. I'm short. There are some people who would call me very short. But here's the thing, okay? I'm 5'2". I don't think that's very short. I think that is short. I don't think it's very short. I'm the tall friend. With some of my friend groups, you know. At 5'2". So, obviously it can't be very short. But I cannot reach a lot of things. So, even at in my own kitchen, if something's in the top shelf, can't reach it. I'm climbing on countertops like I'm a little kid. Like, absolutely not. So, it's struggle to get them without a stepping stool. You were short. This is simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically challenged. Not vertically challenged. That's one way of putting it. Okay. You hoped you'd still grow more. That was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were younger. Yeah. No, I used to want to be like 5'11", 5'10". Oh, look. This shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. Sash, why are you staring at me through the mirror? Lie down. Go to bed. She just went out, so she doesn't need to go out. She's just trying to figure out where she wants to lie down. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two, I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. How did I feel like I can't really relate because there was COVID. I went to college with COVID, so yeah. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me, thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that, anyway? For me, I had a plan. I had, like... I had a plan. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You can make your own ideas happen, I'm sure. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe that your public schooling experience was over. In the end... the high marks. High marks. I had high marks. And you felt satisfied leaving it off there. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Sash, what are you doing? Like, what? Why are you... Okay. She's just facing the wall. She has her nose at the wall. And she's not asleep, she's just looking at the wall. So I don't know what's so intriguing about white paint, but she finds it very interesting. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good girl.
Don't call me that on stream. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. And you're my sister. Hi, Unknown Vibes! Hey, how are you doing? Speaking of, why is my YouTube chat not up? I need to be able to see things. There we go. Thanks, Liz. But yeah, how are you, Unknown Vibes? I feel like it's been a while since we were able to, like, chat. I saw you drop in, though. I think last stream, or the stream before that, but yeah. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. I know, so many people are so tired, today. I am tired. I was just telling Jake, this is my second cup of coffee. And I can't, for the life of me, I cannot wake up. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy, soaked hand farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. This is the club of the tired folks. You've heard of the Tortured Poets department. Have you heard of the Tired Gamers department? It was... My phone is always set on Do Not Disturb. It is so rare for my phone not to be on Do Not Disturb. If it's not on Do Not Disturb, it's because I'm expecting a very important call. But most of the time, Do Not Disturb, all the way. Hi, buddy, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, do you want to go under the bed and you can't? How about now? Can you go there? Well, I cleared the path for you, and you decided to change your mind. So that's on you. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. I mean, you gotta have as much coffee as you can. I personally am very much a caffeine addict. Like, not actually, I can exist without coffee, but I prefer having coffee. Like Lorelai Gilmore. It was rose gold. And it was just special charm, which was... That's so sweet! Ah, the dolphin keychain Co bought you as you were a kid. That's so nice. I'm gonna make that the option. I actually have a necklace. That's a heart-shaped pendant. You've probably seen me wear it on stream. I'm not wearing it right now. But I have a necklace that's like a heart-shaped pendant. Stash, don't pick anything out of the trash, please. And I gave it to my best friend Megan, in the Philippines. When it was her birthday. I had already moved to New York, so I was visiting. And I got it for her so that, like, okay, so it's part of a set. One is a big heart, and then there's a hole missing in it, and it's a heart-shaped hole. And mine is the thing that fills it in. So I have a little teeny tiny heart, and she has like a bigger heart with a hole in it. So whenever we see each other, they kind of complete each other. But yeah. You were pleased when you had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Yay, Lee. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Hiya! I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? I'm just cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin.
Pleasure.
It's my pleasure. She giggled, and you can hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. Lee is so pretty. Can I just say? Why is she so gorgeous? You, were off from your part-time job today. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. Cool. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? I bet he still doesn't like me. There's a friendly sense of genuine curiosity in her tone. She always thought well of him. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. The two of you, essentially family. You couldn't imagine him not being a part of your life. Have you been hanging out without the boy, being 10 feet away at all times, or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here, just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that. Wait, where is he? What? Where did he go? Is he not here? Why is he not here? Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon and he needs to be there too. You can understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while and then he'd be back. It was just shitty. You gave him special treasures to take with him before he left. Some were just to borrow, others were for him to keep forever. He sent you letters while there in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though, and you both knew that.
Well,
maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic. He's probably dating somebody else in Nevada. I'm just saying. Maybe it's a long-distance relationship and he hasn't told us yet, and that's why he's not interested in us, is because he's- well, I mean, it has been several years since, you know, he rejected us. So, but still, you know, it could still apply. Sounds like a plan. The rest of your conversation rolled on. Not much longer though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, and you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys! Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? That sounds great. Good, I'm driving. Yeah, okay, it was nice of her to do that. You had a license, but tried to avoid driving when possible. I know how to drive, but listen, I have ADHD. Sometimes it just doesn't pop up for me. Also, did I actually update the stream information? Because I feel like I didn't. I feel like I just did that now. Because sometimes I'll just press, I'll do all the settings, but then I'll forget to press, what's it called? The update. But yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's cool, hunky dory. Okay. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from all the part-time works you've done, as well as from gifts you've received. Oh my god, I cannot read. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. Quinn, hey! No, you're totally good. Take your time. I'm sure everybody is busy. You're fine. Thank you for dropping by, though, and telling me. Yeah, of course! I'll keep you updated on what happens. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interest to check out, and you yours. You've gotten into new things since you've grown up. You like to read fiction novels. Yeah, just fiction. Games are fun. Video games and art was fun. Digitally, and music was fun. We played the guitar, we played the piano. You listened to a lot of it, and you were into fashion, I guess. Love makeup, love shoes, love jewelry, and love clothes, and enjoyed learning new things. You like to write things. You like going to the beach and walking along the shore and swimming, and like to hang out with people. And you like to watch TV, movies, stand-up comedies, plays, and people. And that was it. That was all of the options except sports. I can't do sports. Oh. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the time came. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped talking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out the corner of her mouth. Nina, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more. We are shopping. We are shopping. When our sister saw something, and she is telling us what we just saw.
Hey.
Look! You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and at this time you saw what she was seeing. Oh my god! Oh my god, it's him! Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. I know, Stash! I know, that's Shiloh! Our Shiloh, from when we were kids! Yes, Stash! You're so excited! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it! He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible! Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Sure, he's cute. Yeah, he's a little cute, yeah. Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout. No, Liz. If you do that, I'm gonna pretend that I don't even know who you are. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt that it's him. Yeah, keep an eye out to see if he looks. Liz? No. We're not doing that. We're not. Can we just try talking to him normally? Likely without even hearing what you had to say, let's put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way, then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In an extremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin look over Liz's face. That doesn't confirm that it's him, Liz. It just confirms that he heard you. And, like, everybody else looked to see what was going on. She pushed the rim of her hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! She stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back to your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that's Nina. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger. He looks so scared. Look at him. Oh my god. He looks like we're about to kill him. It's like we're holding a knife. Just like... I mean, I can only imagine. Okay. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized is going to make this more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genially you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why that hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as the silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully, and then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz, theoretically as well, literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pain. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude. Ah! Who are you? I'm gonna fight you. You see, we're the rude ones. Exactly, Liz. Apparently, we are rude. The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. People can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard, don't worry though, I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye! What? And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast, you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday is October 30th, and that would have proved it, but no. Whoever Nate is, he sucks. He was so unnecessarily unpleasant when all you wanted to do was talk to someone for a moment. You want to go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was still mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
She said that they were together for a year. I think it's like more like a sibling babysitter situation. True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Liz smiled at you, the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby sister, let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was just something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it was certainly enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She'd had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hadn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. I didn't see your name on it. You wouldn't, after clearing out every possession I left behind. That's right, I don't leave evidence behind. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You'd better believe that you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place, and we're both in town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll have Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed her familiar grin, and you couldn't help but feel glad that she was back around, even if it was only temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was the first opportunity to decorate from scratch. We get to design our room? Oh! Oh my god, that's so cool. Okay. Purple? No. Green? No. Yellow? This one has a bigger bed. Kinda want to do blue just because it has a bigger bed. Extras. No. Left and right. Thank you very much. Walls. Left. Why is it sharks? Back. Right. Lights. Yes, I want lights. Floor. Middle. Right. No. Oh! Oh, there are multiple options! Oh! Oh! Oh, I didn't know. Oh, but not for this. Okay, so... Okay, cool. I want books. Are there more books? Okay, then this is all planned. No, that's just one. And that's just one. And that's just one. Okay. I want the guitar. And this little ottoman thing. Yeah, okay. Done. You're really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. Oh, my bed is right there, and I'm thinking about collapsing on it too. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you with Cove Holden. Not surprised? His tone was easy and relaxed. It was certainly a surprise you hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't actually answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you'd been too astonished to actually ask. Sentences are difficult. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunned expression and began to explain. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. And that was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you. He came straight to us! Maybe he does love us! I don't know. But you were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Oh my god! That's so cute! That's so cute. I love that so much. I really, really do. Oh my god. Okay. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. No, we fucking run! Every second away from him was a moment too long. Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. I'm so glad you're here! Hug him! Hug him! Crush him! Cove squeaked as your hug knocked the air out of him. He awkwardly managed to wrap his own arms around your back in return. Oh my god, now I feel like I need a hug. Hang on 1 second. Stash! Getting off the AC. I'm hugging my dog. You can't see this, but I'm hugging her. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Oh, Stash's bone got stuck in my dress. Literally got stuck in my dress. Alright, here you go, buddy. You can have it if you want. Here's a cute puppy. Okay. I've been so touch hungry recently. There have just been a lot of, like, you know, when you go through this huge period of adjustment and you just want, like, something to ground you. And all of my close friends are on vacation or just not in the country because they're in the Philippines. So, like, I've just been so... I need a hug. But also, I don't like hugs from strangers. So, well, not that I don't like... Well, I mean, from strangers, yeah, but, like, I don't like them. But, like, not to say that I would just deny a hug. Like, it's just... We don't have to talk about the science of hugs right now. Let's just keep reading. He awkwardly managed to wrap his own arms around your back in return. Cove's hold tightened and he snuggled and said thing. It's yours to be closer. God, like, this is comforting for the both of you. Why is that making me so emotional? I'm just take the muscle that's in my chest and just crush it in your hands. Like, sweet. Oh my god, even if you had said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning wildly, his raised cheeks varying, his eyes which gleamed like hidden gems. Ah. But he looked like he was I can't do it, y'all. I can't. It's just so nice. Trip. Yeah, that's not an answer. I said how, and you answered yes. Cove told you about his trip, how his trip had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. God. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they could ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Why is it so hard for me? Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well...
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. Right, yeah, I forgot you didn't see your own father yet. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? Yes.
Cool.
Cove began to head to your bedroom door. Wait, I might actually start crying. Okay, I'm fine. Suck it up. Oh my god. I'm just really tired. You know, it's just my eyes sweating. It's just allergies, actually. You know what? It's probably just because, like, my ceiling almost collapsed. So it's probably that. It's totally not because he's the sweetest person I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with in a fictional medium. But it's fine. It's fine. Piggyback ride, just like we were kids. It was just a normal thing in your relationship, Cove. He paused, turning to face you. I'm not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it held such appeal for you.
Right.
Okay. I love this so much. All of this is so great. Oh my god. He crouched low so you could hop in his back. Cove had many inches on you in height, so getting on his back for rides had been a challenge over the years. Sometimes ended with one or both of you sprawled over the floor. At this point, he knew exactly how far he needed to bend down. This understanding, and your extensive practice, made it relatively easy for you to climb aboard the Cove Express now. Cove straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone over his shoulders. Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple of times, the ceiling grazing against your elevated head. I doubt it. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door's gonna be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. No. He bent down to let you slide off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorienting after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now, before he left your house. Could you wait here for a while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued. Really? You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. Not something you could buy. I make a lot of gifts. It was... It's the orange shell! Oh no! Okay. Also, if you're listening, what country do you think of when you think of Europe? My best friend wants to know. I just remembered that I had to ask everybody that. I completely forgot. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid, after all. Taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line to your favorite song was to your ears. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he'd never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you didn't want to take it from me, but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, and though no words came out, he drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep him for... He'll reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away your tears. Oh my god! You and me both! His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. Taking a toll on me. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach. Cove?
Nina.
I don't know what to do. Oh no! I made it. Because it's okay. It's okay. Do you need to cry? No. Nevertheless, the tears. Even as you wiped them, you took their place. Thank you. Then why am I crying? I'm like actually crying. I need to like get tissues. Cause like I don't oh my god. Give me like 1 second. Let me get tissues. I didn't know I would need tissues today, but I did. Oh my god. Oh, we got a whole box. Who knows how much I'll need. Oh my god, we can thank Elf for the waterproof mascara. Oh god. I can't do it. I can't. It's just, it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh no. Okay. His voice quavered as he spoke. Okay. Cove scooped you up into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that he burrowed his face against your neck. His shell tears tapped on your skin and you hugged him back. Yeah, we did! No worry about it. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasps that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. I'm glad they dried for you, Cove, because I don't know if they'll ever dry for me. This is just too sweet. His eyes were a little red, but open in peace once again. He smiled and fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. Shut up. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. That's so sweet. What is going on? Oh my god. Okay. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you'd had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. Okay, I meant to tell you earlier I saw Shiloh today. Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression right. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of the people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on the news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular moments back in the day was not pleasant even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent out the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way, and in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back, it feels like I've missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you didn't miss the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we'd better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. As soon as you'd left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of the journey. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at the end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Now I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Hey there! Cove smiled lightly and waved. As you began making your way over, he added, Hi! Ruffled his hair. Immediately, Cove caught that you were honing in on his hair, and he touched your hand. He tried giving you a stern look, but he was no match for your teasing grin. He rolled his eyes, and all was forgiven. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Oh! We still haven't told Cove that his dad paid us for a summer to be his friend. Will we ever tell him, or is that just something, that we'll know forever, but he will not? Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself.
So,
what are you up to today? Well, as far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know why you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'll only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Yeah, you've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was laughing and silently shaking his head. You must be onto something. Cove put a reassuring hand on his dad's shoulder.
don't worry
You
about
can
it.
still make the most of your life before it's too late.
What?
How old do you think I am? I'm not that old. Okay, maybe I am. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise I'll keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really? Yeah, of course. I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a white, I swear to God, if he's dating Terry, I'm never gonna recover. Okay? Like, I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm gonna start crying again. Okay? And I don't know what made me cry the first time. So, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my only true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'm gonna go make some money. It's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. I really liked Mr. Holden. You had for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a little while. I'll stick around. Curiosity with a new tenant was getting the better of you. Your mind was already swirling with too many thoughts about what they might be like. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what they at least look like. Cove nodded at that. You noticed he seemed to be much happier about his task now that he wasn't going to be waiting alone. Cove put his hands on your shoulder, gripping you solidly but not enough to hurt. I swear to God, is he about to say the same thing that his dad just said? His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. You are my true ally in this world. I got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
I knew you'd stay for me. You're so lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cove raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy in all of Sunset Bird. Luckiest! For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. And then he let you go. Cove stepped over his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in on the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Well?
This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel a little bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected, in front of the now empty condo. I cannot read today. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was not exactly what you'd expected. It was a young man. Had to be close to your age. He was dressed fully in eclectic black, white, and gray. Okay, even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. Alright, so he cares about fashion. And the only other pop of color was something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? Where are the neighbors? Cove already... Oh. Nope, the smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression that it meant something at first. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly, black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he must be thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Okay, Cove finally stood up to greet this person, and you followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. Okay. Oh no! You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Sorry. You shook it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. Hey, I'm quite keen on getting to know you this summer. We could be good friends. I don't know how I feel about you, Baxter. From your side, Cove made a sarcastically amused comment. Love that, and you are. He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove instead crossed his eyes. Do we think that he's jealous? Do we think that he's jealous? Do you think that he's jealous? Do you think Cove does love us? Oh, just as I thought we had no hope. Turns out we might have some after all. Cove instead crossed his arms to express his rejection of that idea, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove, that's gorgeous. Are you flirting with my best friend? It's really not. Hey, only I get to fluster him. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that? It wasn't my intention. But hell, it wasn't. But wait! Baxter grinned welcomingly. The entire conversation brought a burning red blush to Cove's face, and he couldn't make eye contact with either of you. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry. It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position on his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Now maybe I'm a little uncultured, but what does that have to do with anything? Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are looking for a partner, I'm available. That's mightily forward of you, Baxter. Go frown at the overt forwardness. Thanks, I'll pass, I think. You didn't answer the question! Baxter nodded understandingly and let the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation. Cove attempted to fill it. So what made you decide on Cesar Bird? Oh, yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in some tiny tourist trap, but still. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces for a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get some romantic fling started by saying these things? No. That isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was phrased better than that. Though would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. I am flexible. Not a surprise, I can okay, Jesus, fuck. I can back off with alliance if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond, and goddamn, neither am I. He glanced at you and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. I find it pretty entertaining. Baxter laughed. I'm glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward, so... Since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. Yeah. If Cove wasn't going to say anything, neither were you. Baxter didn't need to know how much of the day was spent waiting to see who was moving in. Baxter watched you both carefully for a hint of what was going on, but decided not to pry any further. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer. But we could save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile. Goodbye for today. Cove simply waved goodbye. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. He is charming. In a sort of, way. You weren't really sure when, but at some point, Baxter won you over. You were curious to get to know him better. Laughing quietly, you wondered how Baxter would fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I felt my phone vibrate. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a small, amused noise from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your own keychain. I can't believe you still have that. Of course I do. I love it. You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. For a moment, you were both at a loss for more words. You were sucked into remembering that day he bought it for you. Cove was the one who spoke up again. It's nice. I'm actually glad you like it. He looked from the keychain to you. His smile reached his eyes. It makes me happy seeing you care about it and everything. And that makes me happy. Smiling, you refocused on the task at hand. You opened the new text from Miranda and all you saw was, I can see you. Okay, creepy Miranda. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda everywhere, but she did send you some more messages. I see you looking. Where are you? The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Miranda! Come on! Cove jumped a bit at your sudden outburst. He raised an eyebrow and looked at you carefully. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. There you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside of the wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. He grinned and waited for them to get closer. Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Cool. Hey. They're both so pretty. I thought you both knew better than to jaywalk. Oh wait, no, I was joking. I was joking. That wasn't supposed to be serious. Just hi. You were happy to see your friends. Their little tease on you is already long forgotten in your mind. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed. Sorry. Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. So Miranda likes him. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again, and they didn't either.
So?
Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation. Okay, Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Oh, that's nice. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. It was Cove's activity. No. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not that much more to do before then, but I'm kinda looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you can do it, and even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on a college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff, let's go! I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. Piggyback on the ride home. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated the fact that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. What I would give to be carried absolutely everywhere. Actually, I would probably not really like that so much. That's a lot of attention. Hi! How are you? I like your profile picture with the sunset. You tightened your grip on Cove and turned your head ever so slightly. Peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes, you wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. Okay, for a while Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you.
Bye.
It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They've changed and they're still changing. I'm good, thank you. How do you pronounce your name? I don't really know how. So, but how should I refer to you, rather? If I could say hi. It was true. The things that kept people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted to go to school. And to work part-time. And that was the basics. Elena. Okay, hi Elena. For your career, you thought you would I don't know, find a company to work at. Work online. Start your own business. Do contract work, all of it. For your education, you thought you would. At that, go to a private college. I went to a private college. And that was all. And for that, you want to do? Go abroad. It'll all be happening so soon. You've already applied to schools and jobs. And you'd been open about your situation and everyone knew. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. But yeah, Elena, it's so great to see you. I think this is the first stream you dropped in on that like the first time I've ever spoken to you. So, it's great to meet you. Also, my friend is asking, when you think about Europe, what country do you think of? It is the question of the day. He sighed and put you down. You were both outside your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, you're planning on working and stuff abroad? Oh, he looks so sad. No, don't look like that. Don't look like that. Yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you and he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly. Okay. And rubbed his arm. Oh. And then his expression grew more serious. Oh. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm gonna stay here. At least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing volunteer stuff, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Okay. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. Okay. Okay, that's so fair. That is so fair. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but it's the best I can do right now, and that is okay. He laughed self-derisively, but with the way his face looked at you, you thought he actually wanted to cry. You smiled. I'll miss you. It was taking every fiber of your being to keep yourself together. Oh no. You wanted to support him, but you could already feel your chest tightening, imagining what it would be like without him right there. His face crumpled. Oh no. No, okay? No, I already should stop crying. I can't start crying again. Okay. His face crumpled, and your original assumption was proven correct as tears began to fall from his eyes. His chest heaved and his words were whispers. I'm sorry. No, please don't be sorry. No matter what's happening, I just want you to know that you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best that I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Gobe's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
You deserve to have everything you want in life. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're so mean. I mean, I know he's being sweet and he's being nice, but that's so rude. You teared up because I'm literally tearing up. Cove's declaration had your eyes welling with tears. No matter how many times you wiped your eyes with the back of your hand, your face was wet. He looked at you concerned. He took a step closer. Oh my god. His face sat on your shoulder. The warmth of his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. Oh no! It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. I appreciate his attempt. You could tell how hard Cove was trying to keep himself together for you. And you could tell that he was right, and things would be okay for both of you. Finally, your eyes stopped overflowing with tears, and you could meet Cove's gaze clearly. Great. Okay. I wish I could say I relate. But, oh no, there it goes. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. Okay. And then his expression morphed back into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this. I am struggling with this topic. Oh, thank you. You think about London? Cool. Thank you. I will write that down so my friend can keep it in mind. Thank you, Elena. London. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Hope slowly reiterated his promise. It'll all be okay. Shut the fuck up, Cove, okay? Can we just not talk about it anymore? Okay? Because eventually I'm gonna run out of makeup on my face. And then what? And then what, Cove? Hi, Isaac! How are you? Thank you for dropping in. Apparently this game is making me cry. It is. Cool, that's cool. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you. He pulled you into an unexpected— Shut up, Cove! I know he didn't say anything, but like— I'm getting another piece of tissue. That one's not usable anymore. Okay. It knocked the breath out of you. Deep breaths, guys. Yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could. Night. He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. Oh god, I know the frickin' feeling. You watched him and wondered how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. Did I offend somebody? Did I offend one of the game developers? Why do they have it out for me today? You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. What is all of this? Okay. Alright. We continue. We continue. Okay. You grabbed the large beach towel from your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for the upcoming beach hangout session. The stars had aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. Great. Okay. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Cove sat on your windowsill and knocked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had a swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. Give me 1 second. I just need to get something. Oh my god. I can't, y'all. I cannot do it. But also, I just took a look at Stash and she's literally... Here. She's using the bed like a person. Okay? Like, she has her head on the pillows. She's smack in the middle of the bed. And yeah. This is called Our Life. It's a visual novel game, as you can see. You make your own choices, it's fun, it's cool, and it's free? I think, like, the first, like, part of the game is free. And then the DLC is what costs money. But it's not, like, it's not an exorbitant amount, so it's definitely very affordable. I'm gonna eat some chocolate to try and make myself feel better. Oh my god, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. He'd shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as he caught up to his preparation. Okay. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere, it had disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. 1 second. Okay. That happened to all your other swimsuits. I know that's not your only one. It cannot be your only one. It is good. I like it. My best friend recommended this to me. And, you know, I wish she told me it would make me so emotional. But she didn't. I mean, I knew she got emotional. But I didn't know I would get so emotional over it. But yeah. I know that's not your only one. Cove looked away and shrugged. I might have some laundry to do. Jake, I know I've already cried like twice. Anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. Are you sure? He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded up at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. You walked over to your dresser and mused about how you'd picked out your own swimsuit. Your height had complicated swimsuit shopping. Not many swimsuits were well-fitting on someone who's petite. Thanks, game, for pointing that out. And then, for the shape of your body, what? Oh, I'm slender. I'm teeny tiny. I am short and slender. There's not much to me. I'm pocket-sized, is the way that I've put it before. And delicate. I dislocate joints in my sleep. I'd say I'm pretty freaking delicate. There's a fragility to your build. You had to be careful with it. Yes, because I would injure myself. You kept mostly the same shape you had through your teenage years. You were used to your body, and your body was used to your habits.
Are you okay?
You alright? Yeah, I was just thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. His eyebrow rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What do you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. I always felt sure about my gender. Being called her was right for you, and why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this? Or not? I'm not commenting on... Okay? Not commenting. And now I feel like I must hide. Why are we still talking about this? Why are we still... Okay. I don't need to be talking about this on a stream, y'all. I'm on the internet, okay? People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. I was comfortable. Your body was you, and it was a good one that you felt content in. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. You like the way I look, right? Cove. Yeah, sure. That's one way of putting it. You looked at Cove expectantly. Cove smirked a little, his eyes taking you in easily. Fishing for compliments? You look great, everyone knows that. Including you, by the way, unless that's changed. So what if I wanted you to compliment me? Oh, shut. Oh my god, I don't know if like my character means it though, or she'll say it like the way that I'm saying it, in which that I'm just joking. You pouted. You stuck out your bottom lip and whined. It wasn't fair for him to say such things. Cove shook his head. His hand went up to unsubtly cover his smile. I was kind of worried you were so in your head because something was wrong. Guess not. I'm glad. Hey. What? You're looking particularly shapely today. You like that? Okay. You have some very good arms yourself, I guess. I wanna die. I wanna die. so it's supposed to be cringy, but like, oh my god, I'm gonna fling myself off a bridge. Cope ducked his head and started to rub his left arm. It seemed like he was more prepared to rain praise on you than he was to receive it himself. Ha! You know what? We could work with that. We just deflect. Thanks, you too. Oh, I already said that, huh? Thanks. You originally felt like that was enough for that topic. For one day, you went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick out what you wanted to wear to the beach. What the heck is a tankini? I usually wear one-piece swimsuits. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. Swimsuit. Cover up. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked at Cove. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he'd perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. Yeah, no. I need to change. Cove smiled, content with being kicked out. Alright. Cove lowered himself off the windowsill and walked by you to get to the door. He lightly patted you on your arm. I'll see you out front. Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag one final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried downstairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Hey. Hi, Miranda and Terry are gonna be here in not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying that she was mostly on schedule. Well, why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you the thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Aw, Elena, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And you're really nice to talk to. I'm only as good as my company, you know. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. I feel like I just, you know when you, there we go. I was fiddling with my necklace and then it got stuck. And I didn't want to break it, so, you all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day, the sky was clear, and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Is it chilly? It was perfect. So? Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore? Or would you want to do something here? Water sounds good. That's what I'm here for anyway. Cove nodded, accepting of the plan. He kicked some of the sand off his towel absent-mindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing, salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. You shouted a greeting. How's it going? The two of you officially arrived at Cove's and you're set up, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and were raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach.
Hey!
Hi, hello. She beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town, Cove? Nina, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. You gave a vague answer. Just stuff, nothing too interesting. She looked skeptical but dropped it. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she stayed up too late last night. Relatable. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know, I ran on less than You know I ran on less back during school. Again, relatable. Miranda filled the group in about her morning. Apparently, everything had gone smoothly. She'd met up with Terry on the way here, and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, why don't we take this out to the water?
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. Oh, that's nice. Terry threw her stuff down on the sand and started running for the waves. Miranda was more careful, setting down her things, and waited for you and Cove. Cove tilted his shoulder to gesture over to the ocean.
All right.
I've been looking forward to this. The three of you made your way down to the shoreline together. Miranda cartwheeled and Terry clapped. Soon all four of you were in the water. Cove swam out the furthest while Terry instigated a splash fight. There was rarely a quiet moment when someone wasn't laughing. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at the water. I usually stream 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. On Mondays, I will have my Mystery Mondays where we do Nancy Drew games. Wednesdays, WILDCARD Wednesdays, things like this. And then on Fridays, Saturdays, we do Batman games right now. Or eventually I think it'll become Super Saturdays because it's going to be superhero games or whatever. We'll figure it out programming on Saturdays once I finish the Batman game. But yeah. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up stand around Terry's sides. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable, even behind your eyelids. You checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in the pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Hey. After he finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. Then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically, if you didn't say anything. Oh, Cove, whatever it is, I'm sure it's gonna be okay. After all, this is an excellent place to hide a body. You gestured to Terry, who was practically just a hill of sand with a human head at this point. That got a quiet chuckle out of him, but quickly he hid his amusement. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes. I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. Same. What? That had not been what you were expecting. He continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid. Well, merfolk as a whole. I really hoped that they were out there. Cove, you and me both. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we would definitely have met one by now. Or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. Well, you know, they could be deep sea mermaids, right? Then they never come to shore. It just depends. He acted as though that result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. They could still exist, as you said. The ocean is a big place. Cove chuckled to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a merperson did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a faux doleful expression. I could have lost my best friend to their magical underwater world. Oh yeah, I thought they go under the sea to live with the merfolk. Go smirked triumphantly. I knew it, but I couldn't blame you. If a beautiful, kind mer-person likes somebody, I'm pretty positive the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on that with a normal guy. Are you warning me that you'd leave if you got that kind of offer? You don't need to be blindsided when you ditch me for a mer creature if they're real?
Not really.
No, that isn't the same thing. If a mer person did magically appear, I'm not the one they'd be calling for you. It'd be you, for sure. What is that supposed to mean? You're completely flattered by how highly he thought of you. Oh. Oh, okay. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had meticulously built collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you want to just give up on this for now? No way! The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Poor Miranda. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. Seems like we're needed. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You were on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a little bit of everything. There were impromptu games, to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water. Drinkable water, anyway. It was decided that you'd head to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. I bet we're gonna see Baxter. What's next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same, I guess we can keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get a dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip in thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it, then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Heather! Hello! How are you?
Sure.
Sounds great to me. I could definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends immediately glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. No. She got in and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad. I'm doing okay. I'm a little sleepy. We had, like... There's been, like, a couple things around the apartment today that were a little... you know? So, like, our ceiling almost collapsed, and we had to cut off a little bit of it because, there was water damage in the bathroom ceiling. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But yeah, there was water damage in the bathroom ceiling, so we had to call someone to fix that, and then we had an exterminator come over. It was all, you know, a lot. Yeah, and it was all in the morning, too. France and Italy? Cool. Okay. Nope.
Wow.
Okay, well, there has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Flooding there? Oh, really? Wow. Maybe my bathroom is just, you know, like, hi, Paul! Hello! No, maybe it's, you know, my apartment is in New York, but the bathroom specifically is in France and Italy. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration.
I'm on it.
I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. You looked towards yours. You decided to change as well. You felt like you'd be more comfortable in something more streetwear than beachwear. You inclined your head over to the side. I'm gonna change too. Go for it. We'll wait. Miranda nodded with a smile. Cool, cool, cool. You ran into your house. No one was home, so you rushed into your room, dropped your beach stuff on your bed. I think we can just throw something over. You don't want to take too long, so you just put a couple things over top. You brushed off a bit of sand and thought you looked presentable. With that, you sped back outside. Cove was already there and gathered around Terry's phone with the girls. He'd opted to just add a shirt and shoes, apparently putting in the minimum effort for service. Hello again.
Hey.
You don't really want ice cream, do you? Also, let me know. When you think of Europe, what country do you think of? My best friend Megan, who recommended this game, wants to know. Because I'm not really into that right now. Don't mind her. You look nice, by the way. Terry scrolled further and then made an interesting exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes, as well as applied toppings. Italy and Ireland. Okay. Italy. And thank you for saying Italy, really, because my friend was like, no one thinks of the Mediterranean as part of Europe. Like, the Mediterranean is definitively part of Europe. Italy and Ireland. I was like, what about Italy? And she was like, that's part of the Mediterranean. Alright, Heather. I know it is. I know it is. She's just, you know, she's like, what is the quintessential Europe? You know, and I'm like, Italy? Rome? And like, she was like, that's the Mediterranean, you know? And I was like, it's still Europe. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go, it's not too far, but we could drive. Terry cheered at the success of a plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. You wrote, wash me, in the dirt of his car. You noticed a thin coat of sand and dust in Cove's car. It had probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, you carefully wrote, wash me, with your finger.
Very nifty.
Good work. I wonder if he's even gonna notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun! She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. So, Terry, is it okay? I'm like, I feel Miranda's more bashful, but I don't know. You know, maybe people just like shotgun, but like, maybe I'm just a little easily jealous sometimes. I don't know. I wouldn't be jealous if Cove would just love me. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as the navigator, directing Cove through the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once, and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been any pictures of the crepery's interior. Is that what it's called, a creperie? And why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. There was a window you could walk up to and one for the cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured through the drive-through option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it actually be more fun to check it out? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently, they'd been a dessert explosion topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. That's sweet. Literally, it was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. Dennis? What about tennis? Put up a net. You can do it this time, Randy. Okay. There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes, many crepes, but the stall had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist for a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The lot looks like you could— oh, yeah. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped configuration they had made and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. Crepe and a drink. Hello, I'd like to get a crepe and a drink, please. There's a woman who looked a little older than you taking the order. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepe itself, you wanted chocolate. Immediately. I don't even have to think about it. I want chocolate. Oh, sorry. I just bonked the microphone. I want chocolate everything. That is just... chocolate is a very fundamental part of my personality, I feel. For the filling and toppings, you picked... chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, whipped cream, powdered sugar, and strawberries, because I feel like that goes well, and mango. And that was all. After you picked the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered... mango smoothie. Mango smoothie. You could also add in mix-in or toppings for the drink. No, I don't want anything extra in my mango smoothie. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Cove got a lemon crepe with a powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. That sounds so good. A lemon crepe. Yeah. Terry went crazy with the toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. I feel like that's the same amount of things, if not a little less than what we put in our crepe. Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The four of you stood off to the side while you waited for your treats. I heard what you ordered. Glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. Yeah, I couldn't pick just one, and why not? Exactly, it's gonna be good. Your crepe is gonna rock. Thank you. High five for topping appreciation. She held out her hand expectantly. Yes, gave her a high five. You hit her hand with a satisfying smack. Could you imagine you just miss? That has happened. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like retrospectively it's always the best because you remember. You know, you remember more when you miss. And it's always a little bit funnier. Oh, I gotta get that. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. Once the goods were collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers. Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frappe over to her and with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. Oh, maybe Terry and Heather just like each other. That is possible too. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing because they knew they'd end up sharing. Oh, that's nice. Cove, you wanna share ours? His face lit up with excitement, and he passed you his grape. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, of course. Oh, you look so happy. You exchanged treats and took a chomp on the lemon crepe. It was light, with a sourness from the lemon and the sweetness from the syrupy berry mix. The smoothie was finely blended with the occasional chunk of strawberry. Cove seemed to enjoy his taste, and then you saw it back. He smiled as he took a loud sip from his smoothie. Thanks, you always get the good stuff. Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. His habit of mixing foods together wasn't anything new. He hummed in satisfaction, so you guess he must have liked the combined flavor. Cove? Terry tore off a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove. Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more of the frappe than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Oh my god, apparently you were just about to walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Terry took her mouth off Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frappe. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's grape. It kinda is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. Oh my god, yeah. When we had the, find Cove after he decided to run away, and we got in trouble for it, which I still think we shouldn't have gotten in trouble for it, but fine. Yes, I'm still salty, let me be. It definitely felt bigger then. There was a time when Sunset Bird felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. Oops. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. I know, I can't let it go, Heather, but we really shouldn't have gotten in trouble. I know we were young, right? And so everyone was really, really worried, and I get that, okay? But if we had tried to talk about it, that's just more time for him to run away. You had realized it was just a pond in this big, big world. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was a boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk out into nowhere land. We're not only one, Terry, there's four of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out in that direction. Excuse me. Even if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. You stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked the air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it in the bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Black car? It's gonna be Baxter. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Hey, neighbors! I knew it. Cove openly sighed. Cove really hates him. Afterwards, sucking sulkily at the straw of his long, empty drink. Hi! You inhaled and tried to be loud enough to account for the distance and the car noises. It's nice to see you again! Somehow he was able to project his voice in such a way that it still sounded smooth, even though he was definitely speaking loudly. You wondered where he'd learned to do that. You thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back down to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and a light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
Ah, that's a new person in the condo. The B-Man, right? Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice is quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Hi, Lena. Incredible. This is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. I mean, it's the same thing. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and with clenched fist, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. Come on. Come on, let's go and see him. Cove pouted. His cheeks flared out in a childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say.
Fine.
You can go. I'll just wait till he's gone. Dude. I know you're shy, but this is a little... It's a little mean. And also, so this is a candle that I got. I think I showed you guys last stream. It's called Smells Like a Bookstore. And I love the smell so much. It's quickly becoming like a comfort smell. Like, if this smell was a person, I would become a koala bear. Just, you know, forever. It's a little citrusy. I'm not really good at naming smells, so it's a little musky, a little citrusy. I know that doesn't help at all. Yeah, but it just, I like it. It does smell like a bookstore. Fresh. Yes, it smells fresh. Do you want to be the only person who doesn't go see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? You sighed. He was going to be difficult about this. Some days he really was that same grouchy 8-year-old you met all those years ago. Yeah, and that's what I've been looking for, a candle that smells like that, and this doesn't smell like that. But it smells like the scent a lot of bookstores put up. You physically pushed him towards the car, not willing to mess around anymore. You strode over behind him, used both hands to force him up and over to the car.
Come on.
No! She put up a mere wall of resistance but got to his feet. He didn't want to keep being poked at. Slowly, progress forward was made until you two arrived at the driver's side car window. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello. Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Howdy, Baxter. Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here, and I was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Then these two were kindly introducing themselves. Yep, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter's giving us a ride. I was asking him to. What? Baxter shrugged guilty, seeing Cove's dramatic reaction. The offer is open. And we're taking it. Okay. You're just happy to get a ride. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Alright, plan made, let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car's scented air freshener. Y'all, I think this is for the plot. We're doing it for the plot, okay? We're just gonna see where this goes. Because I feel like, listen, okay, we can't be too available for Cove, right? Because we were available the last 2 stages, we have been available for Cove, okay? He has said no, we're respecting the no. So he has to be the one to make the next move. Okay, if he doesn't make the next move, then we move on. We get to go and be with whoever we want. Okay? That's all I'm saying on the topic. You excitedly opened the passenger side car and buckled. I already read that. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Does that sound alright?
Okay, welcome to my vehicle. Does anybody say welcome to my vehicle? It's like, you know, welcome to my car. You know, car is a good word. You know, not I mean, listen, I'm not one to judge. You know, I'm not very good with words myself, so I hope everyone is comfortable. And if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. Terry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. We nudged Baxter. You leaned over the divider and gave Baxter a lighthearted push on the shoulder. He hadn't been expecting it, but quickly laughed and smiled at you. The celebration seemed to amuse him. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter's and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He finally discovered the "wash me" you put on it. Huh, I wonder who did that. He snickered, along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught. It's a mystery. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride, and that goes for everyone here. I have a car. Cove! Oh my god, why are you being so difficult? I'm sorry, am I making you a little jealous, Cove? Are you a little, you know, feeling a little possessive? Feel like maybe you missed your chance and that you fumbled? Maybe you should have thought about that before. Yeah, let them fight it out. Yeah. You know, so what if I wanted to, you know, egg it on a little bit? Terry busted into laughter, and that being said, do not do that in real life. That's mean. This is a video game. We do not do this in real life. We do not play with people's feelings. This is a video game, so I can play all I want. She did not know. Also, Cove played with me first, so she did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt in her head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. Can I have your number? He beamed wildly at your response. Oh, absolutely. Baxter pulled out a pen he had with him for some reason and jotted his number down. He passed a little paper to you and you accepted. With her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with her brows furrowed. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool. What? Cole was taken back. He had a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up. We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought, that sounds doable. He glanced at Cove, then switched focus to you.
Well,
we have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home, but if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. Let's continue the hangout session. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. The incense. It's not incense. It's just a candle. And I mean, like, if she doesn't like it, she hasn't told me she doesn't like it. So, yeah. But like right now she's just hanging out in bed, looking like this. That's what she's doing. Yeah. You weren't ready to tag out yet. You came to a decision and turned to Cove. Let's go to the park. Alright, park time it is. He smiled a little. Terry cheered and Miranda nodded happily. You felt like you made a good decision.
Yeah!
To the car! Again! Which car? There are multiple. You wanted to see if Cove or Baxter had an answer. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He tapped on his car's hood nervously. We can go in Baxter's, I guess. It'll be less of a pain than bringing both. We're all going to the same place. You okay with that, Baxter? Certainly, I meant what I said. When you need a lift, I can give it. A car? No, vehicle! Neither you nor Terry brought up any objections, so the gang climbed back into Baxter's nice ride. This time, Baxter turned on some music. After all, it would be a bit of a drive to the park. Say what you normally would, don't mind us. Yeah, I would like to see what kind of stuff a guy like you is into. I hope the playlist lives to expectations. He plugged his phone into the car with an aux cord and turned on some alternative music. Expected. With the music taken care of, Baxter put the car in drive and pulled out of the parking lot. The lot was practically empty, but you noticed he was careful anyways. During the trip, it changed to hard rock, punk, and even screamo. Okay, despite his personable demeanor, he didn't seem to like upbeat tracks. It took a while to arrive. By the time we got there, the sky was golden with orange streaks of sunset. Everyone got out of the car and started to stroll along one of the paths. You walked by the basketball court and some picnic tables, taking in the sights. Miranda seemed amazingly content. Oh. The location helping her relax in the company. She led the way, sometimes stopping here or there to point something out. Baxter turned to her and nodded along. I've never been here, but I can see oh my god, I cannot talk. I've never been here, but I can definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You've missed out, Baxter, because every year she has a blowout party at the park. Imagine, balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. Actually, my birthday is when I first started to really get to know Cove and myself. She smiled and then pointed to a wide, flat spot on the grass. Remember the bounce house? I remember. He chuckled, and you can practically see those old memories on his face. It was a party for the ages. You were great. It was a blast. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat, and Terry slid in beside her. You spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little better, and although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. At one point, Miranda found an abandoned soccer ball and started tossing it around. To me! Miranda threw the ball to her, and Terry caught it with a smile. Think fast. She chucked it at Baxter, who only had enough time to squeak. It bounced off his chest, and he stared at it dazed. Hi, Capricorn-san, and thank you! It would please you to know, I cried twice. Okay? When it was like during the beginning of this stage, what was his name? Oh my god. Cove was like talking, during Cove's return, I cried. And then when Cove started like talking about how we'd be saying goodbye and stuff, I cried again. So I have a box of tissues with me now. Because I don't know when the waterworks will happen. So yeah. Yeah, but also, like, I'm a little, like, he's rejected me twice. So I feel like we have to respect that. And also, Baxter, for the plot, Baxter's flirting with us. So maybe we could make Cove a little jealous and flirt back. I don't know. It's just a thought. He blinked as if he needed time to process what exactly had happened, but then he grinned dangerously. He rushed after the ball, and rather than throwing it back, he surprised Derry and everyone else by lobbing the ball high up into the air. You bent your neck to watch his ascent and an inevitable decline. Baxter hooked it with his foot and launched it up again. There were oohs and ahs by Terry and Miranda. Baxter gave them a very proper bow. You see them getting into it? Okay. Baxter gave you trauma. When it finally fell to the ground for real, Cove was the one who picked it up. He was impressed and he wanted in. Oh my god. I accidentally kicked something off like one of the... No! I kicked stuff off my desk by accident. It's fine. It's cool. That's just me being silly. With that, everyone was drawn into the game. It was unspoken, whoever did the fanciest trick won. Most of the gang was not particularly practiced with throwing a ball, so not many of the tricks were actually good. However, there was a lot of laughter, and you got to see Miranda pull off a round off where she threw the ball with her feet. So that was cool. The sunset eventually darkened into night with the streetlights on. Your group's chosen picnic table laid in a bubble of light. The occasional bug cast a shadow as they flew by. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party or an important game or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yell startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered. There's going to be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city. At everyone's questioning looks, she huffed and tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we can get into the actual event anyways, but we should still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. Cove raised an eyebrow and drummed his fingers on the table below him. You want to change locations again? Wasn't the last 2 times enough? Terry rolled her eyes and then shook her head. To her, it was obvious. Don't be a wet blanket, Cove. What about you? Nina? Randy? Baxter? Don't you want to see fireworks? I didn't say anything. He looked away. Terry sighed. What about you, Miranda? I don't know. It's been a long day. If Cove and Nina don't want to go... Actually, I'd be okay with fireworks. If you guys want to, then I'm in. Okay, it's not like I'm anti-fireworks. Alright. In turn, 4 sets of eyes looked at Baxter. As the driver, his answer made or broke the plan. He chuckled softly. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll go. It's nice so far. Genuinely, there's nothing better to occupy my time tonight. We better hurry or we might miss it. Cove rolled his eyes, but laughed. Everyone headed back to the car yet again. Terry brought out her phone to navigate to the city, and Baxter stepped on the gas. You were on your way. Baxter drove past buildings aglow in warm yellow light that cut through the navy black night. One office building had bright LED lights that cycled through a whole rainbow of hues. I must want you to. That's the most dramatic way you could have said that. Okay. It was difficult to get through all the traffic on the road, let alone find parking this late at night. Luckily, Miranda had eagle eyes when it came to scoping out a spot. She pointed to a sedan pulling out and Baxter something. He inspired this emoji. Good to know that Baxter inspired our art. Oops. Not wanting to miss a fireworks show, you all raced down to the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. What about here? Cove peered across the rails into the distance and shot her a thumbs up. It was relatively quiet, isolated, and you could see skyscrapers. That was a good sign, based on where Terry thought the event was. Yes, this should work fine. Terry stopped and tried to catch her breath, her hands on her knees. Miranda leaned against the wall between establishments as she recovered. Cove wasn't even breathing hard. He stood by you with a slight smile on his face. He let out a relieved sigh. Think we missed anything? Not a chance. Nothing's happening, and we can't be so late that we missed everything. Maybe it'll start soon. I'm excited. I'm excited. The spontaneity of the whole thing, combined with the amazement of fireworks, is a recipe for you to be bursting with anticipation. It couldn't start soon enough. Terry led Miranda to sit down on oval slabs along the path. Are Miranda and Terry a thing? Or are they just besties? Either way, good for them. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Something seemed to strike Cove, and he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and looked back at the sky. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom, and a red firework lit up the night. Woo! The show is starting! It's so pretty! They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself into the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. Most of the fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones washed your surroundings with their hue, turning the world blue, then red, and then golden. Did I deliver? Or did I deliver? Miranda's eyes glittered, and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. Ooh, we did it! You smiled at her and nodded. You were pleased you hadn't missed any of the show after all. Well yeah, but I'm more glad that everyone's having a good time. Cove stared up to the sky with wonder while Terry squealed in joy after a series of especially grand explosions. Miranda pointed to one that was shooting up and then gasped when it boomed and turned into a huge sphere of violet light. Baxter smiled in appreciation. It was good to see your friends in high spirits. The rest of your group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by. Terry's hands gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across it while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others in the actual show. Aww. She pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a hand for a high five, and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Yeah! Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. Ah, yes, they're getting along, and I'm gonna stand next to Baxter to make Cove jealous. What's wrong? Baxter easily saw you approach with the way that he was propped up. He happily gestured for you to take the place right next to him. He grinned while tilting his head up to the sky. Girly! I really am lucky to have met all of you this summer. I won't forget it. You didn't know what to say to that admission, but it made you happy to think about. Things weren't one-sided. As you wanted a chance to be around him, he was wanting the same thing. Isn't that nice? To not have to work about it. You know, that he wants to hang out with us. You know, because I feel like sometimes Cove, he wants to hang out with us, but not like that. You know, and that's fine. That's fine. That's within Cove's, like, right. That is within his prerogative to decide whether or not he wants to be romantic with us. It is also within our prerogative to decide whether we want to pursue other interests. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks at a time. Okay, the colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Fireworks are a normal summer tradition, but this is admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, That made this feel special in a way that was just planning to go to a public show never would. Terry's idea might not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear that this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this once again, not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on to the feelings you had in the moment for as long as you could. Okay. Y'all, we're gonna take a little break. I need water, because if I keep reading, my throat, it's gonna get sore if I don't have any water. And I ran out of coffee, so I need to go get water. So I'm gonna go get water. And everyone, take a little bathroom break. Do what you need to do, okay? Take care of yourselves. We'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? Wonder if COVID joins the rain. I think he does. I think he likes everything to do with water. Yes. Thank you, Capricorn Sun. But yes. Everybody. Get some water. Go to the bathroom. Stretch. Do what you need to do. I will be right back. I will leave you guys with some... Hello, hello, hello. How we all doing? Hello. Oh. So, context. Oh, you're looking for ice cream? Awesome. Okay. Ice cream must feel so good right now. I should... Okay. My skirt got stuck under my chair for a second. But that's what I get for being tiny. Like, the skirt is very long on me. I think it reaches like my ankles. So, yeah. Hi, everybody. I hope you got your water. I hope you stretched. I hope you went to the bathroom. And I hope you did all you had to do because we are in it for a little bit. No, I did not make this. Okay. I bought this online. But yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it. It's a nice dress. It's fun. It's like it's definitely one of the louder, more bold dresses I own. Um, it gives me a little bit of like a like hello. I last wore this playing Stardew, I think. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay, get back into the game. Uh. I just exited out of it briefly because I wanted to download things. I got Baxter's DLC. Because you know, if we're gonna go for Baxter, we went so hard, right? Play through all 5 of Baxter's Step 3 moments. To do so, you must choose... What? Wait a second. Hang on. Wait. You must choose... Hang on. During the hang moment. Which I did. You can only have 1 epilogue per playthrough. Friendship or romance story. Okay. Wait, but how do I know... How... I wasn't able to choose. I wasn't able to choose how I felt for Baxter. There was no choice for how I felt for Baxter. Wait! Wait! Y'all! Wait. 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 How do I pick... How do I... Why are these locked? Guys. Why is it locked? Capricorn Sun, you play this. How to, could you tell me? Yeah, breezy dresses are fun, you know, like this dress specifically, like, I wish the lining, like, of the skirt would kind of, like, spread a little bit more, but this one is fine. So, before the step, but I just got the DLC! How was I supposed to know? How was I supposed to know if I wanted to get the DLC before the step? I hadn't met Baxter. No! I'm thinking about it. 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 Wait. Because it says we had to pick, like, okay. This is the problem, okay? Yeah, the DLC for Baxter. We have to pick whether we want to be fond or like what is it, fond or crush? The relationship level of the character between each stage, but we just that's so annoying. Wait. I have a save. I have a save. I have a save. I do have a save. Do we want to go... Do... I'm trying to decide. We could just skip the dialogue and it'll be easy breezy fun. Let me load. So this was... We could go here. Yes, I'm gonna load this. Can I... Oh! Okay. There we go. Cool. Does this work now? In between. No. Ah! Wait. Oh god, I'm so stressed. Okay. I think for this one we ended up going with medium and then wavy is what we went with. Change page, change page, change page. Alright, we're good. Done. Next. My feelings for Cove. Fond. Direct. Ready. Yes. Yes. Oh no. Done. Okay, cool, done. Wait. You still kept in touch with fun as best you could. We already went through this. We already went through this. We already went through this. Skip. You generate whatever. Skip. You. Oh God, we're gonna have to do this. Finish chapters first, then you unlock it, or if you. Wait, I'm not understanding what you're saying, Capricorn-san. So we just did the menu thing, and it didn't have us choose anything. So does it just not? Does it just not? Does it just not? Or did it mean like after stage 3? Because that is also an option. Also I realized you weren't seeing the game. But yeah. Because I'm just pressing skip. The game is making him play hard to get. Skip.
Lonnie.
You were short. Skip. I remember this. You didn't think about it much. Skip. Yeah, I think it's either after the hangout chapter or finish all of the chapters of the step. Okay, cool. Thank you, Megan. So we could we'll just load back up into this one. We stressed for naught. We stressed for naught. It was fine. Errands, let's go. From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day started. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was only open 2 weekends a month during certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized that it was not just them feeling this way when you heard a whistle from your left side. Wow, this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed so highbrow. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products. Isn't it exciting? Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. We couldn't have picked out a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we've had a true family outing. Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next door neighbors had joined you out this day, and that's what made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. You'd long accepted that. I think Cove needs to be reprimanded. Cove, have you changed the game's code just so we wouldn't get with Baxter? Because, you know, I wouldn't mind that. You thought this trip might be fun. You smiled, trying to imagine how many stalls were set up. You were curious about what hidden gems were waiting for you to discover among them. No, you're so right, Sheena. You are so right. Well, I'm ready to get started. I've got plenty of dishes in mind and I could use the ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yes, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day. I'm sure we can make a decent dent together at least. Actually, since there are so many of us this time, we could take different sides of the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? Sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom surprised. No one considered that as an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing with the thought. Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 Morwen family members and only 2 Holdens here, so I'll go with you boys to even out the odds.
Okay.
That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. He wasn't sure where to look or what to say. This was not a problem his son had. I don't like that idea. Don't worry, we'll only be apart for a few hours and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it. After the additional nudging, Cove nodded with a sigh. He realized this wasn't an argument he was going to win. Alright. I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Nina and Ma. Oh, you did? Awesome. Hang on, I realized the social stream wasn't up for me, so the YouTube was a little hard to read. How can be ready with Cove? He doesn't even know himself. Yeah, you're right. Is that Baxter older now, Mather? No, that is not Baxter. That is Cove's dad, Heather. Ma clasped her hands together at that. Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Are the teams ready to go? Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry. It's probably really confusing. Hey, I didn't agree to anything. You kept your tone even confident, and you crossed your arms. It wasn't fair that you weren't given any say. Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug. You're right. I'm sorry for not hearing your opinion first. But could you go along with the plan for a little while? The tension relaxed in your shoulders. She gave you another side hug squeeze, if I have to. I was joking, but okay. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly. Come on, boys, we're heading out. Sure. Okay. Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Suddenly, he twitched slightly, his whole body getting stiff. Okay. He jerked his gaze back at your mom, and you realized she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go. Time's a-wasting, Cove. I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. I love that. The two of you can survive one morning apart. Probably. We have important shopping to do now. Cove gasped at what felt like a truly obscene thing to say. His face burning red, but that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of the eyes.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from her. I'm not that clingy. Mom snickered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Ma. She wouldn't meet his eye as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. There's nothing wrong with being attached. It's nice! And you meant it. You very much enjoyed Cove's company and his affectionate nature, but that wasn't exactly a denial of what he was being accused of. Mom's smile grew. Cove couldn't believe that he was being completely outnumbered. His mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in his defense. I mean, it is nice. It is nice to be, like, doted on. Yeah, well, so what? That admission had Liz, your mom's, and his dad bursting into laughter. That's so sweet, though. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He clearly wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. You smiled softly and waved goodbye, when he noticed Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile of his own, and he seemed to feel better a bit. Oh, that's so cute! See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. After that, Mom picked a direction and set out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Ma set them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye wave herself. Despite the change in plans, you were still glad to be there. It wasn't what you'd imagined, but it didn't matter. There was a whole lot of market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? We'll have to find out. You nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time past browsing, there were only a few stalls you stopped at. You had fun chatting and laughing and pointing out various things to Ma and Liz and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She, put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I probably should have used the bathroom before we left home, like the two of you responsibly did. Just needed to pee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to use the ladies' room now. Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently brushed her comment away. There's no need to worry about me for this, or waste time standing around. Keep on shopping. Though, actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that, of all things?
Hey.
If anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour, and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically. Soon enough, she'll have to handle doing these kinds of errands on her own. This makes good practice. What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz's and pulled her along. Have fun! We'll see each other again later. Bye! Sneaky. Excuse me. You stood there, stunned. You watched, dumbfounded, as they waded into the crowd. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you, entirely on your own. You thought screw them. Your jaw clenched. Fine. This wasn't the shopping trip you would wanted in the first place. You walked off on your own. Resigned to your fate, you picked up where you left off, browsing the stalls. One hooked your attention. Ah! Fudge! Nice. There were even vegan versions of every option. Okay. You got closer to the stall. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a wide spread, dozens and dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. The fudge is sold in boxes of 4 pieces. They can either all be the same, all different, or any mix you like. Are you looking to buy any today? Share with everyone. The whole selection was too good not to share. Do we want to get a box just for Cove? He is our best friend. Quinn! Hi! You are making homemade hamburgers? Oh my god, that sounds amazing. I love that. Which reminds me that I do have to defrost whatever I'm cooking for food tomorrow. I should write that down because I will absolutely forget, and I always forget to defrost things. It's annoying. Defrost food for tomorrow. What am I even doing tomorrow? Oh, okay. Cool. Anyway, just a box for everybody. Yeah, I could use some fudge. I'm glad you came to the right place then. For the group, you picked... What are we picking? What do we want to pick? Thank you, Quinn. I hope you enjoy your burgers! Okay, what do we want? I think we need milk chocolate, obviously. Red velvet? Heather? Okay, red velvet for Heather. What else do we want? Red velvet, milk chocolate. We already have red velvet and milk chocolate. Pick more options. What else? What else? What else? I can also double if that's what we want to do. Maple walnut? Okay. Maple walnut. And I think it's one more. So, do we want one more? What do we think Cove would like? I think he always gets something that's a little citrusy. So, key lime, potentially? Or the dark chocolate mint. That's not citrusy, but it's... I thought green. You know? Caramel swirl. Okay. We got caramel swirl. The shop owner carefully put your order together. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy when you regrouped later. You paid and there was no stopping the large grin going on all across your faces. I'm sorry, Capricorn son. You came in too late, dude. Hang on. You know what? No. There's no such thing as too late. Because we could just do this and this. There. We have 12 options now. For ourselves, okay, I'm picking milk chocolate, red velvet, key lime, and cookies and cream. And then for the group, we are picking the, you said dark chocolate Dark chocolate. We're picking the caramel swirl. We'll pick the red velvet. And we'll pick the milk chocolate, because that's the things that you guys picked. And then for Cove... Yeah, I don't know what he wouldn't have tried before. So, for Cove, I think I'll go key lime, and then we said caramel. We want mint. Okay. What else do we want? One more. One more for Cove. Oh, I haven't picked the maple walnut. Maple walnut. There you go. Because that's what Quinn said. But yeah, maple walnut. Okay, everyone else was definitely gonna be happy. Cool. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to the center of the path. You pondered for a moment what you should do now. None of the stalls were catching your eye. What did grab your attention however, was a head of familiar sea foam hair sticking out above the crowd. You knew instantly it was Cove. Above the crowd? So he's like tall. But I mean, I'm 5'2", so everybody's tall, but extremely tall. Okay. Also, he has green hair, so I guess he would just stick out. Anyway, he hadn't noticed you anyway. But he was walking in your direction. He held a couple bags tightly in his hand. Strangely, you couldn't spot your mom or his dad anywhere. Oh, he also got separated from people. Come! Over here! He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert. Oh my god. That was so fast. He's just instantly like, oh, she's here somewhere. Love that. I can't even get that attention from my dog, who's dead asleep. Stash! Stash! I'm sorry for disturbing you. Oh, she looked at me really upset. Alert Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight.
Mina.
That's so weird when they say my name. He weaved through passers-by deftly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, slipping around them with ease. You ran to meet him. You took off full tilt toward Cove as he continued his own approach. It was undeniable that he was shopping by himself. You stared at him, confused. Where's the rest of your group? Cove crossed his arms defiantly, the bags twisting in front of him. Your mom took my dad and I ended up alone. Why are you by yourself? They definitely planned this. They planned this. There's no way they didn't coordinate this.
What?
What? Oh, he's so... That sounded like he was mad, but he just looks shocked, so... Anyway. I can't believe this happened to the both of us. They planned it. They had to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Gove! I don't know why. Are they pranking us? No, it's because they're preparing you for adult life. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Well, I guess things are just up to us now. Yeah. So, and also they might be trying to, like, set us up. Which, do I understand? Yeah. His gaze wandered off, as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking. And you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you want to forget about whatever's happening and go shopping together? Definitely. There's little care in your mind for what your moms had planned. You were ecstatic at the thought of spending the rest of the trip with him. I cannot talk. We're 18, so it depends how adult you're thinking adult is. We're 18 years old. It's young adult. Even if we have to make our own fun, we're gonna have a good trip. Gove smiled at you encouragingly. It made you feel... God, he was there. No, not... I thought that said happy. A little bit more hopeful. You weren't alone anymore, and you could already feel yourself becoming better prepared to get through the rest of the day. So, where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. I got mostly typical things I could use pretty easily so far, nothing super exciting. And, well, I picked up a few things I figured you might want to have too! Thank you! There were a few what you thought You thought I wanted to have onions, lemons, and potatoes? I mean, I don't not want onions, lemons, and potatoes. It's just not that I was expecting as a gift. Among other things that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. You chose perfectly. Thank you. Sure. What Cove bought made complete sense, but it was far from a complete selection. You glanced around the nearby stalls. Want to start over there? Cove followed your eye and you pointed at one of the larger stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables. Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished paying and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. Maybe he comes from a farming background. I mean, we've known him his entire, for a decade at this point. And he comes from a surfing background, I think. That's the closest that I could think of. Okay. Potatoes, lemons, limes, carrots, tomatoes are important. Onions are important. I know we got things that he already had, but we also have to get things, right? That's the whole point. But anyway. I don't like apples as much as I like oranges. I can't handle spice. Literally not allowed to. Strawberries. I have never tried a peach, actually. And that was everything. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you in a couple bags. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He had added another bag to his small but growing collection. You nodded.
All right.
I haven't. We didn't... Yeah, my family didn't really get peaches that often. Peaches are good. Nice one, right? Okay, well, I mean, maybe I'll think about buying peaches at some point. Yeah. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about the various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, you had to go greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter now of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove disappeared suddenly from your peripheral vision, pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You spun around, spotting him some steps back. He was standing still. You followed his eyeline past the crowds. Immediately, you knew what he was looking at. Homemade jams and local honey. That's fair. I always look at those stalls, whenever I pass by them, because there are a lot of farmers markets that set up in the parks during the weekends. And even though I don't, really eat honey, or jam for that matter, I always look to see if they have anything interesting. I like kiwis. I don't think I've ever had apricots. But yeah. That stall was glittering with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight, and I look short in my frame, so I'm moving my chair up. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware that he had made an unexplained detour. I have friends who do this. Kiwi is awesome. Remember, Capricorn-san, I made kiwi ice cream when we were both in school. When you got closer, you were surprised there were more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. Oh my god, that's fancy. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. Do I want to make that joke? I almost dislocated my kneecap. I'm sorry. We did! We're besties. And now, I am gonna humble brag a little bit, because I'm allowed to be insufferable right now. She's graduating. I've already graduated. But Capricorn-san is graduating. Top of her class. I'm just saying. I'm not gonna be specific. I'm just saying. She's graduating top of her class. So if everyone could be nice to her. If anyone's mean to her, I will ban you. Anyway. Do you want some honey? Honey? Dumbfounded, Cove nodded in response. His face is burning red. You grinned way too pleased with your joke. Literally, I am. You thought things over for yourself, too. What do I want? Ooh, honey butter. Sounds good. And... What jam do we want? What jams do we want? Congratulations indeed. Strawberry, okay. Strawberry. And blueberry, okay. And plum, alright. And that was everything. It does sound interesting. You paid, and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a single bag with paper. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting the spring wildflower. There you go, Capricorny son. He got you specifically the spring wildflower honey. And the plum jam too. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them before putting them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove. Thank you. You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you'd been giving him since he agonized over his toe stoppers. Hey, this doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Sure, and I get it. Why do you think I got so many too? Good then. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected considering all of this was technically an errand, and unexpected changes often upset him. But he was happy, and Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. And you could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. Nah, listen. I didn't graduate top of my class. Capricorny son can have Cove if that's who she wants. I will bow out of the competition. And even if I didn't bow out, let's be real, Capricorny son is such a catch that it's pretty obvious who the victor would be. You were feeling better than you were earlier. Take the compliments or I will force feed them to you. It was going to take a while before you could completely move on from being left in the middle of the market, but with Cove you were happy. You could smile along with him. I'm glad you're having a good time. And you meant it. Cove's good mood was only helping to boost your own, and you were thankful for that.
So?
Are you? Yep. You put an emphasis on popping the beat. Yep. Cove chuckled at your response, happy to see a change for the better in your mood. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Cove started rummaging through one of his bags just to check on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on his face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wasn't going to let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt he was gonna eat it all. I mean, if he's as tall as the game has made him sound, I wouldn't be surprised if he ate it all in a day. I can't imagine how much, like, energy would go into, like, just functioning. You held a hand in front of your face as you sprinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit, and you'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms were sore right now, and Cove looked to be doing fine too, but that was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in money. I feel like we've been making Cove give us so many piggyback rides. It would be cruel and unusual punishment. Do not ask him for one.
Sure.
Immediately he says yes. He has his own bags to carry. I have bags to carry. And he's just like, yeah. Didn't even think about it. Amazing. Stunning. Love that. Thank you. Cove crouched down so low that you could... Nope. Swap the words around. Cove crouched down low so you could climb on. You pressed yourself against his back and comfortably wrapped your arms around his neck. Once you were in position, he stood. More rides. I know. That's love, Heather. Piggyback rides. Unlimited piggyback rides. I feel like if I asked Cove to carry me up to Mount Everest, I would just die from hypothermia. But, like, it doesn't matter if I have an electric jacket that automatically heats me up. It's not like I would just die. It wouldn't happen. Your head steadily rose so high above the crowds, it was lifting your spirits pretty literally. Cove huffed, letting out a breathy laugh. Are you okay? Yeah, I just realized this means I'm the one carrying all the bags too, not just you. Should I get down? No, I've got it. Cove took a few test steps, then stopped. He grinned, pleased with himself. Ready to get going? Mm-hmm. Keep an eye out for any good deals while you're up there. You got the best view around. During my mood swings. Are you saying I have mood swings, Quinn? It's true. On stream I do, at least. Like, insane. Laughing, you craned your head up to get as high as you could, keeping your hold on him secure. Cove was right. You had a whole new perspective. Now you're making fun of me crying earlier and laughing right now. Okay, cool. Great, guys. You're all so kind to me. I love you. And with that, you and Cove continue to trip through the market together. No, I was like, me and Cove are just injuring ourselves in this market. Like, are we just tripping over, like, is he tripping over his own feet through this market? No. Continued your trip through the market together. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, only to say that they'd hoped you'd found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There were no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Problem of long limbs. I mean, I don't have long limbs and I will trip over air. As you had an unrivaled view of the market thanks to Cove's height, locating the produce your heart desired had been easy. Carrying every single thing purchased, as well as another person, made it hard for Cove to check his own phone, so he'd made do without. Oh, he's so nice. It's okay, we'll check out the phones for you, Cove. Eventually, though, he said that he'd auto-check if anything important had come through, so your ride had come to a stop. Out of the flow of foot traffic, and you dismounted his back. Cove rearranged all the bags he was carrying, freeing a hand so that he could pull out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as he read the waiting messages. Not important, I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath. Then Cove's face scrunched up with confusion. Wait, I've got a message from my dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't part of the plan. I don't know what is going on when I left. Where are you? Yeah, no, I mean, my moms, you know, they're sneaky little creatures.
Sneaky little hobbitses.
He said that ages ago. I didn't hear it coming in. He said another one since then. He hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says, everyone's going to the parking lot soon, and we can meet up there. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Cove as well, so it was on purpose. Quinn, don't apologize for having things to do. It is totally okay. Go do what you have to do. I appreciate you being here. See you in the next stream. Yeah. See you on Saturday for oh god. All the Batman games are like scrolling through my head. For the Telltale Batman Enemy Within. There we go. See? I gotta get it out in chunks. So it was on purpose. He lifted his phone again, staring hard at the screen. Didn't my mom pull this stunt when we were little? You know, that time she took us to the mall? At least your mom said that she was leaving. Yeah, that's true. The crowd of people passing by stayed noisy as ever. A sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away the dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the screen long after anything could have remained, the action a poor substitute for pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. I felt alright. I mean, it's okay. Like, we're 18 at this point. That's fine. There's no malice behind the plot. You were quite sure of that. Your moms must have had their reasons for doing this, and it hadn't harmed you in any way. Okay.
Are
You alright? His voice is gentle. Yeah, really. That's good. Abandoning us without warning wasn't really a cool idea, even if they meant well, which they probably did. He looked you straight in the eyes. Not making a big deal out of this is nice. I'm not exactly thrilled, personally, so if you do want to complain to me, you can. I'm not gonna complain to him about him. Just to be like, you can be kind of annoying to me. No, I'm not gonna say that. I don't have anything to complain about. Nothing, ever. I don't know. His mouth hung open, and then he laughed.
No way.
Come on, you've gotta have plenty of stuff to complain about just from the stunts I've pulled myself, not alone what's happened today. You cracked a grin at that despite yourself. He could certainly be a troublemaker when he wanted to be, but he could also be so kind. But we were the one that we were the one that punched Jeremy, like, last week, so. I mean, in comparison to us, Cove's not really that much of a troublemaker. After a moment, he stepped away from you, face turned. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brow creased, then furrowed deeper into a scowl, his arms tightly coiling together. So they did do something stupid. I knew it! His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical speaking tone was the abundance of rage. This is such a chore! Parents are so dumb! Why do people have to go places with family members anyway? I hate them, and I also hate farmers markets! You got it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the bowl cut had been in town for the summer, but Cove had never forgotten Jeremy. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes he wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid was really just that ridiculous. You played along. Wow, what is wrong with you? I'm not wrong, actually. If you were smart as me, you'd know that. Cove gave you a lopsided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the rest of the group. Yeah. You didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way towards the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden, and Liz were already waiting there, and they waved at you both as you approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good moods, in contrast to Mr. Holden. You stared at Cove with open concern as you got closer. Hey, bud, how you doing? We'd be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our families. You saw your mom frowning at his response, Mom glancing from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because she's very laid back doesn't mean you can leave her out of your plans and expect her to go with it every time. He's mad for us. I'm almost flattered. Ma hung her head, ashamed, and Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I know what you were doing. Well, I have, there are two options of what you were doing, and either one is fine. We were trying to make the errand more of a trip, less of a chore. That was neither of the options that I was thinking. You fell for him here? Oops. You fell for him here, Megan? I would have thought that you fell for him literally in the beginning of the game. Like, with the fireflies when you first met him. I thought you fell for him, like, at first sight. We are trying to make errand more of a trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. I thought that it was either a matchmaking scheme or a responsibility lesson of, like, you have to be able to go shopping for yourself. Yeah, I know you. I know you. You love at first sight, okay? We didn't think you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck trudging around a market with your parents all day, especially not in the summer. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. It's only going to be for the market, not the other stops, I promise. Still, you're right. We could have just told you and let you make your own call. Yeah. I really am sorry. Neither of us meant to upset you.
Really
All
sorry.
gas, no brakes. We should have known better. Sorry. Ma ditched me too after pulling her urgent potty break stunt, if that helps. I went on to do my own shopping, as it As it seems, they planned.
Sorry.
Sorry I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off. Liz, you're also just a kid. It's fine. Yeah, she fell twice. She fell once to the ground and then the other one all the way to hell. You quickly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning when you sent it.
You're welcome.
Yes, go Capricorny Sun. Enjoy your errands. I will keep you updated on the Baxter thing. If we get there. Which, I don't know if we will. Right now it's been taking us like 2 streams per stage, so.
Goodbye!
And congratulations! It's no trouble, sport. I learned my lessons about making surprise plans. Cove smiled at his dad, Mr. Holden, laughing and clapped Cove on the back. Wow, we're really being outplayed today. You realized you hadn't been the only onlookers to the Holden's moments. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold. Yeah, looks like it. We'd better find some way to catch up. Maybe we can do her chores for the next week. Mom jabbed Ma on the shoulder. You might be onto something. How'd you like the sound of that? They looked at you hopefully. Sounds good to me. Good, we're serious. And at the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. We all nodded at the suggestion. We won't let you down. We'll be the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays.
Funny.
We could at least be shepherds. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It was going to be alright. Morning? It looks like sunset. It looks like it was the whole day. You turned to the entrance of the farmer's market one last final oh my god. You turned to the entrance for the farmer's market for one last final glance, pressing it to your memory under this new light. You thought on what you'd picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Some things you could only get from a local supplier like this. That was another perk about coming along to the market today. It felt like the whole day. Hey, wait, before we go, I've got something for everybody. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out the specially selected treat. I saw this amazing French salt, so I got a box for us to share. Ooh, that's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert. Their family resemblance more notable as they mirrored each other's expression. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you. Great, can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. You can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it and melting in this heat. The others murmured their agreements and nodded, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Cove then sidled up next to you, an eager grin on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting the fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew he hadn't come over to thank you individually, not with that huge smirk. Oh, he just wants the fudge. I mean that literally. I've got something to share too. Well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. You cooked up a scheme of your own, he laughed. Anyway, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further. Since your moms decided we should shop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something, just as a little surprise. He reached into one of his bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. You accepted the unexpected present, and he looked on excitedly as you tore off the paper. It was a glass bottle of cola soda. Amazing, thank you. You didn't need to taste it to know that it would be nice. It was a boutique product. It was heavy in your hands, the container and smart metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even the label. It's soda. How special can it be? It's so, I mean, I guess it's homemade soda? So, even the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than a flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You're practically bouncing in anticipation, and he smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. I love it! Where's the I love it option? There isn't. Okay, you didn't have to do that. You weren't the only one that had that idea. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten they were still hanging around. Oh, they're watching? Oh, okay, they had. Okay. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy, and oh no, they were watching. Okay. Of course they were. You weren't even apart for the whole day, and you still both used that time to get each other little gifts. Mom clasped her hands together, eyes bright.
Good job.
That's so lovely. A day. It was less than a whole morning. It's sunset now. We went to the farmer's market. The sun was up. Now the sun is going down. That is at least an afternoon. And if we got there in the morning, then it was the whole morning and the afternoon.
Right?
True, I don't want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart. That's my boy! You reached back into the bag where you had first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out another one underneath. You chuckled coolly, aware that the others were still watching you. The first one was for everybody, but that's not all I got. I bought a second bunch of fudge that's just for you. Ko's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others who were fully tuned into your little show didn't appear to reach him. You got one just for me. Oh, he's just as goody. Right. Love that. Ko reached out and took the box in both hands, holding it like a precious treasure. He looked at you with eyes full of delight. Thank you so much. At this rate, it wouldn't just be your little group that knew you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you with a smile of hilarity. See, this is why he's so attached. You spoiled him. He is flushing. You shouldn't make fun of him, Pam. It's clearly mutual. Oh my god. That would be so embarrassing as a kid. But luckily, my parents stayed out of conversations like that. Luckily for me. But my friends didn't. Megan, before she left, could easily attest to all of the silly little things that I did. As a kid. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she batted the hand away. True, true. Liz clapped her hands together with the air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Ma laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in an exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz tut-tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but the small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. You laughed, glad that everyone was getting along. That's right, we're all grown-ups now. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same thing for the next leg of the journey. You sat next to Cove in the back. That's very close, dude. I mean, I know we're in a car, but that's very close. Immediately after the click of the seatbelt in its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge he'd been given. You gonna eat now? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes away from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. Oh, my voice is getting tired. It's fine. You can keep going for a little bit more. Minty fudge is perfect for the end of snacking. It's so refreshing. Oh, I love nuts and fudge. I love nuts anyway, but the contrast between the crunchy nuts and the soft, squishy fudge is great. Is the green fudge lime? Yeah, key lime. Okay, cool. I thought he wasn't gonna like it for a second. I was really stressed. I was like, come on, it's green, man. Like your hair. And also, you know, you got, what was it, lime before? So, like a lime crepe or lemon crepe or whatever. Crepe, citrus crepe. Figured it was gonna work. They had one with caramel. Wow, it's gonna be so nice. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you'd pick, he promptly started sampling the selection. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell, from the way that his nibbling was turning into munching, that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. I know, Heather, I have to chill out, but I find that chilling out is not in my vocabulary unless you mean physically. Because I'm always very chilled out physically. Right now, I'm starting to feel a little cold. Cove had tried to savor the treats, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one too. He sighed contentedly. No, him. Cove. You're expecting a Cove episode where he starts freaking out and being like, listen, it's not you, it's me. Again. Because I feel like that would have been my last straw. That would have been my 13th reason. I would have just ended the stream and left. He sighed contentedly. Thanks again. Those were really great. You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hands on his spoiled tummy. Cove was not going to be hungry for a while after that. From there, he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You knew Cove well enough to spot the signs of when he was physically present but mentally elsewhere. Oh, Heather, we spoke too soon. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which he was doing right now, as he looked at nothing in particular. Oh no! He licked his fingers absent-mindedly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. You better just be, like, moping about the fudge that you just devoured. You're pleased he enjoyed it so much. You closed your eyes as you pulled up the resolve to speak. You were miles away for a second. What were you thinking of? Cove idly rubbed at his face. Honestly, I was just thinking about how nice it is to know you. It, you know, makes life better and everything. I'm gonna cry again. I don't want to cry again. I don't know how many rounds of tears the mascara can make it through before it is no longer waterproof. Though he was turned away from you, his eyes were round and sincere. Not that this is a new revelation, but today was another reminder. I'm lucky. He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately. Wait, is Mr. Holden here? Is his dad hearing all of this right now? Is his dad gonna comment on this? You felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. You decided to enjoy your drink now. You twisted off the cap and brought it to your mouth. Even before the first sip reached your lips, the scent tickled your nostrils. You took a swig. It was refreshing, the perfect way to hit the spot after a long morning. It could not have just been the morning. It is sunset. It is, like, it's sunset. I feel like everybody is gaslighting me into being like, it's still, you know, it's just noon. It's not noon. The sun doesn't glow like that. At noon, it's golden hour. At sunset, it's that or it's sunrise. And given that apparently the morning was when we went there, so like the sun was obviously up unless we went there at like 4 in the morning when the sun hasn't risen yet. So it's sunset. This is great, thanks, Cove. He grinned at you, pleased that his pick had been well received. You're welcome. You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands all together as a group. Oh, awesome. Okay, you're moving too, Paul. That's... Well, I hope it goes smoothly. Are you moving... Where you moving to? Are you, like, moving... Is it a long move, or is it a local move? I don't know. Words escape me. A lot of things escape me. I can't run very fast. You had enjoyed your brief independence. You got his marching orders. Heather, were you the marching ordering person? It might have not come about under ideal circumstances, but it had provided you with an opportunity to spend time making your own choices. You felt that you'd risen to the challenge. No, not you. Oh. Okay. Talks. Let's go. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan. But you really didn't mind that right now. A tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realize it was coming from your window. Wow, Cove really has just made it his life's goal to sneak through my window for the rest of his life, apparently. The front door doesn't exist anymore. It is all just window. A grin popped up on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way was really a true Coveism. He'd rather scale your house than wait the extra couple of minutes for you to come down. He stood aside to give him space. He stepped across the windowsill with practiced care, brushing his hands down at his pants when he was safe on the floor.
Hey.
Murfreesboro to Nashville. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it said defiantly. Yes. Oh, I thought that was- I wasn't sure if that was a typo. Yes, you are defiantly moving. You know, like just- look at you being a little rebel, Paul. Hey, to you! You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. Maybe. Cove's voice came out quietly, with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone vibrating, cutting off. You both turned to where it rested, a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly. Speaking of, what is my dog doing? She is asleep.
Don't worry about it.
Go check. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. Oh, who are we betting? It could be Lee. It could be Miranda. It could be... Shoot, I forgot her name. She's new. Kelly? It could be Baxter. It could be... Derek. Though we haven't seen Derek in a while. It's Miranda. Nah, it was Miranda. It was Miranda, Heather. You should answer it. I want to say hi too. Okay. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. Oh. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze, and you saw the same confusion in his
Have you
expression.
heard from Terry?
Ah, Terry was the name. I don't know why I said telly earlier. Like, television. Yeah, I named my kid Television. That way I'd always watch her. Anyway, have you heard from Terry at all? Or did you hear about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it.
No.
No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore if she ever did. What? What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah! You're probably dating! I thought you were dating! She sniffled, and there was a pause. You could hear the shift in her phone to the other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. You glanced at Cove. She looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah, better than I'm sorry, who... Paul, do you know somebody who named their kid Spanky? Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other everything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end? No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed to rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry. There's no way Terry wanted you to feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Yeah, no, this doesn't sound like anything that you would end a friendship over, but it does sound like a situation where you realize that you might have a crush on somebody. Potentially. It's really weird you reacted like that. You couldn't wrap your mind around it. It seemed so unlike Terry, and maybe that was why it was bothering Miranda so much. Like, I think, you know, I mean, there's a reason why I thought they were dating. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Don't be sorry for bothering us with your problems. You're not bothering us in the first place. We want to hear your problems. We're your friends.
Right.
You can tell us things. Thank you. It's an Argyle, the Little Rascals character. Oh. I'm not familiar with them. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 Or, you know, maybe Terry is. Bye. I'll limit the jokes. That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. Yep. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing on his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. Hey, no! I mean, like, listen. I like joking around with you guys. I do find you funny, Paul. That is why I joke with your jokes. If I didn't find you funny, I wouldn't say anything at all. And there, see? You made me laugh. You were worried. Biting the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like that was not easy. And what about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. Tearing you up. The empty state of your head before I said that after I said I wouldn't make any more jokes, and here we are. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We could probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back into some grounding. He'd stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. You bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you two could come up with. Cove started out with the easiest thing. He pulled out his phone and called Terry. Cove let it ring, and ring, and ring, and ring, and Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Ooh. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text like, hey, I was just trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no call, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arms, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. Do we not have Find Your Friend? Do we not know where her house is? Do we not know where she works? Do we not know, like... I think Terry is okay. I don't think anything too dark would have happened in this game, but it wouldn't be the first time that I got surprised by a visual novel for taking a dark turn, so... It could just be that she's ignoring the calls. Despite it being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress for something, and you frowned as he watched him. They're gonna get over it, you know. Cove stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, he harshly stared at you, not impressed with that response. This continued glare did not stop you from competing. What? We know them! Whatever's wrong with Terry, we'll all get past it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. He then sighed and his shoulders dropped down with it. Yeah, yeah! You don't need to be mean to me about it. Okay, I get you're frustrated with the situation. Don't take your frustration out on me. That's the spirit. Cove was still gripping with his phone with both hands, as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked to you with an almost painful earnestness. Would we even say if we hear from one of them? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question, but it was written all over his face that he had no idea how to tackle any of this. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story too. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this, that much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. That I don't know if that's a good idea. That might just make her feel... That might make her double down on ignoring us, Cove. Why are you so fixated on this? You could see Cove tighten his grip on his phone out of the corner of your eye. You wondered if he was even aware of it. Maybe not with the way that he was glaring at you. Oh! I don't want my friends to stop being friends. Oh, okay. Alright, I understand fighting makes you nervous. You could tell he was a mess of conflicting emotions, yet that was to be expected. You can blame him for it. I just hate this. I know, but you can make it easier by not going overboard. He wouldn't meet your eye, but Cove nodded along to what you were saying. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumpled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, I'm glad it's not just me with all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone, then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager but earnest.
It's okay.
We could just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. Sounds good to me. And you meant it, exhaling some of your own concern away. The last thing you wanted was to fight with Cove. Yeah, we don't need two fights at the same time. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw you were there as well, she opened the door all the way. Mom was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was not lost on you. That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend. Sweetie, is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lonnie. Let's get the whole gang together for some quality time. Mom gave you a soft smile and added, this will be good, especially since it might make up for what happened at the farmer's market. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove. And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it, not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all over. You nodded and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. You sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone number a quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yeah, this is crap, huh? Yep! Cove chewed the side of his cheek, as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it all. Yeah, like, I figured that he was having feelings because his parents probably used to fight. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible, so oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fists. This kind of powerlessness, it wore you down. You looked at Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There's a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strained smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly it had come, his smile has gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird, before his parents separated in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you can hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you. But Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry.
Nina, don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him, though I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. I'm gonna hug him. You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked. Oh. He gestured, oh. You hug someone and the response is, oh. Okay. He returned the gesture warmly. Warmly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. So he's tall. Because we're just at his chest, so he's like tall. I mean, we talked about tall. We talked about the tall, so I should just let go of the tall, but you know. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside you, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a little bit longer. Yeah. When you finally did, the two of you took a seat again, but this time, side by side on your bed.
Hi.
Today was a lot, huh? I'm surprisingly not emotional at this. So, I'm okay. But if you want the tissue, you should go get one. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. After everything today, you felt a sense of relief. The two of you still had one another. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled. I think so too. And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting him to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What? I think my phone just vibrated. Check it out. Right. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. Oh my god. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry. Thank God. She said she's sorry. He looked back to you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? Ask her what's going on. Okay. He nodded and began typing. Cove was aware his blunt words could sometimes make others bristle, even though he never meant them to hurt. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. It's Terry again. She's talking to us. Okay, well, yes, I'd assume that she is talking to us. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen.
Right.
She's actually gonna call. Cove held his breath as you waited. His circle of friends had always been small, so he'd managed to avoid the stress of seeing friends fighting. You suspected he was feeling this even more keenly because this was so uncommon and the friends were so important to him. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. His reflexes instantaneous. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey! It was tentative, white flags fluttering in the wind. Hi, we've been worried about you. Hey. Terry's voice was barely recognizable without her quick patter and energy. Are things okay? I don't know, probably not. What happened? What happened? Why is everybody so stressed? What is going on? Okay. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies she super liked that I'd never seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another, and we were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about it all the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know? I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. And then I saw the time, and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, and her voice became softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out, I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't answer all of them, and I didn't even know why some of her ideas weren't working with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy was there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. Okay, so you got overstimulated. I got frustrated and told her to leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and then we started fighting in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. Okay. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. That's nice of him. Terry groaned. I know. I accepted, because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and I feel embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start. It doesn't sound like it was the biggest deal in the world. But I know, like, when you're 18, everything feels like it's gonna end the universe. And I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again, so I'm not talking. I mean, I see the intention. I think it's a teeny tiny bit, you know, a teeny tiny bit too far. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants you to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. What if we called Miranda? That way you could talk to her, but you wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up, the concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well...
Pack your work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if putting all the negative thoughts, as if pushing all the negative thoughts from her body. Alright, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you'd received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did. The distortion must sound so bad. But anyway, her voice was distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while digesting this information. You watched the phone on screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result. Oh, really? Yeah, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed the same question as you. whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by the other from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy, I hope you still like me. But you were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw. No way, everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right up to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. My god. This is before the time of group calls. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I would have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, and I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. So many arguments can be avoided by asking, do you want me to fix the problem, or do you just want to vent about the problem? Because sometimes you just need to talk about the problem and not necessarily come up with a solution. Oh, when she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. Also, when you're staying up late anyways, like, your brain is probably so tired that it just makes you more likely to get into, like, an argument. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyway, but I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now? Sorry. Can do. Thank you for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy Mendy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Nina and Cove. Okay, bye. She was tired. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in any kind. Miranda laughed, the nose tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really nice.
Tinkling. Okay. Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. 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 Okay. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his sides, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. Simply happy that their friends made up. Just let it go. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. Cove meekly smiled and rubbed at his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? No, forget it. Then a light bulb went off on your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you wanted to say? What did you want to say? What did you want to say? Now you did. You remember that he'd been perky when he arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know if this counts as news or even good. It is just what it is. I'm happy about it, though. Okay, could you tell me? You were curious, but you didn't want to push... I'll push him. You don't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it's good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. Fine, if you want to hear, I can tell you. Okay. He shifted on his feet, as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. Okay. Okay. I didn't want to make a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of, I just know what my sexuality is now. Great. A real subject change, huh? Alright. He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and that he wanted to share that with you. That's great, tell me more. Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual. Okay, awesome. You know, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations when I'm already emotionally and romantically connected to someone that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. That makes sense. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense once I knew what it meant. I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything. So yeah, that makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. All this talk of sexuality made you reflect about your own. I feel like his own mind hasn't made Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own, yet you felt even closer. You could tell that Cove felt like it had been an emotionally draining day that had now come to a close, everything wrapped up neatly with a bow on top. You had some good talks with your friends and with each other. A lot had been brought out to the light, and you'd come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. But there was still something that Cove didn't know, something that had gnawed at you for many times over the years. You never told Cove about how you first met his dad. Are you about to tell him? You'd always held it back from him, unsure about how he would take the revelation. His dad seemed to have done the same, as Cove didn't seem to have heard of it from Mr. Holden either. I'ma save. Save. Okay. I'ma tell him. It was time to tell Cove about the deal his father proposed. You were ready. The day was the day you would tell Cove the full story of how you'd come to know him. Cove, you hooked his attention with the way that you spoke his name. There's one more thing I'd like to talk about. Cove raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He was listening. Take a deep breath and stated the situation plainly. Remember back when we first met? I actually met your dad first. You'd run off and he was waiting outside to see if you'd come back. That was when he spotted me on my way home for the day. Cove nodded, eyebrows still raised. You could tell he was trying to predict where this was going. You could always so see that he was failing. He was really worried about you. He was willing to try anything to help you fit into your new life here, so he offered me $20 to be your friend. Oh no! Did I make a mistake? I thought it was just gonna be funny. You stood still, giving him time to process the revelation. You watched the layers of subterfuge being ripped away as his eyebrows rose higher on his forehead, followed by a deepening frown. Oh, thank God. Thank God that he laughed. I would have been so stressed. Oh my God. Okay. That's horrible. He tried to bribe you, and you were, what, 8? Why? Oh my God. Oh, yeah, I'm so glad he finds it funny. Cove was bent over with laughter, one arm supporting his sides. He covered his eyes with one hand, hiding the tears of mirth sprouting in the corners. You'd laughed along with him, though your laughter stemmed from relief to finally be open with him and to have him accept it well. Like, eventually your giggles wound down. Cove wiped the last of the tears of his eyes, still grinning as he took wheezing breaths. Wow. He shook his head. That's my dad. I guess there's always another Clifford surprise waiting in the wings. But $20, huh? What a cheapskate. Considering how much time we've spent together since you moved in, you were paid pennies on the hours. No, not even that much, just 1 penny an hour. A fraction of a penny. Yeah, it seemed like so much money in the moment, but in the long run, it didn't really amount to much. Cove gave you a lopsided smile with a shake of his head. Sorry, you definitely got the short end of the stick. Don't you worry, it was a labor of love. Cove smiled affectionately at you. Yeah, I'm glad. You can kind of tell when someone is actually enjoying their work. Stuff like how they're more engaged, focused, happy to be there. I do get that impression from you. Couldn't think of a better job. You breathed a satisfied sigh of relief as a weight you'd been carrying from your childhood was lifted from your shoulders. Cove shyly ran a hand up and down his arm, a gentle smile lifting his features, and you knew he was glad to be where he was today. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. Hey, we should probably head downstairs soon, if your moms are still waiting for everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you made your way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting. Hi. Hello. Hey, good to see you both.
Hey!
Hi! Here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but 2 of you were already upstairs the whole time. Of course we were together. You paid me to stick with me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, who looked for answers in vain. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck, and then his hand froze in place. Wait, when did you figure that out? You never mentioned it growing up. Just today. Just now. She told me. Mr. Holden's hand awkwardly slid off his neck as he stared at Cove. The answer catching him off guard. Out of the corner of your eye, you saw Mom mouthing questions at you. Everyone's waiting for an explanation. Similarly to his son, Mr. Holden broke into laughter and turned to address you, a hand over his chest. I can't believe my partner in crime betrayed me after all these years. I thought we had something. His voice is deliberately light, assuring you this is only a joke. He shook his head, throwing out the jest as he spoke seriously. I have to admit, I'm just amazed you kept it under your hat this long. It had to be done. I want to know why my dad kept it secret all this time. Mr. Holden looked back to Cove, lines forming on his forehead. His wide eyes signaled a wordless apology. Can we hear exactly what the secret is? The suspense is killing us. Alright. I'd better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palms out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. The first day I met her, I'd been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer. There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered her $20 to be friends with Cove, and added she couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Mom was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really honestly did forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to block it in time. I know, that's bad, but I had so many grand ideas over the years, it's hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics. Seriously? I can't believe you, though also, I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed away to displeasure. Mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned up at the next-door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and lips pursed. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to your parents too. That's way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out, and I got $20. Your moms gave each other that look where they seemed to communicate with eyes alone. Oh well, that's out of again. That's that. I guess it won't happen again. He's such a wild card. It definitely won't. Good. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so a lecture was pretty moot. Instead, your mom gave him a lenient smile.
In that case,
Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away to his pockets. The two families spent the rest of the afternoon together, chatting and catching up. Though you accepted Mr. Holden's apology, Cove caught up for last time by pitching the odd jab at his dad. Your moms didn't seem amused, the news still too fresh, but you enjoyed being able to laugh about it freely. You truly relaxed knowing there's no longer any secrets between the two families. You felt freed, yet simultaneously more tied together than you had before. Alright, everybody. What a fun little chapter to end today's stream on. And yes, you heard me right. I am ending today's stream here because it is 11:22. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20. And it's time to kind of begin to wrap things up and rest, and I want to go to sleep. I have been feeling tired every day, but yes, it was such a rush. Such a rush today. It was such a bright, fun chapter. A bright, fun stage in general to kind of get through, even if I did cry a couple times in the beginning, you know, or came close to crying a third time. It was fun. And we like experiencing art that that makes us feel things, right? That's the whole reason why we play, why we read, like it helps us feel our feelings. And we learned so much. Yes, we did. We learned that Cove is really bad when dealing with conflict between other people. We learned that the morning is really a whole day. You're right. Yeah. We learned that Cove really likes his toe stoppers. Yeah. We learned that Baxter likes screamo music. It's it's a fun time. It's a fun time. I don't think I'm gonna raid today. I am very tired, and I need to. Like I said, it's been a long day. My ceiling almost collapsed in the bathroom, which was fun, and then we had to deal with an exterminator, and then and then it was hot, and I had to walk stash, and it was a whole thing, you know. But it's fine. It's whatever. Mr. Holden is bad. Well, we always knew Mr. Holden was a bad boy. We always knew that. We always knew that. We learned that Cove is panromantic. We learned that he's demisexual. Um, yeah, yeah. We learned not to have arguments at night. But yes, I will go have a. I don't need a cool drink right now. It's not hot anymore because I have my AC on, but I just need to go to sleep. I need to go to sleep. I need to cuddle my dog because I'm very touch hungry. I've been touch hungry the whole, really like, the past few days. I don't know what's going on. I think it's just like, with all the moving and stuff, it's so many different changes and adjustments that happened in such a short period of time where I just need like, I need a weighted blanket to just like weigh me down and keep me from moving. But yeah. Okay, y'all. I had such a fun time today, and I really, yeah, I'm feeling a little clingy. Um, I had a really fun time with you guys. I love you. I love streaming with you. I love playing games with you. Let me tell you what I have for the rest of the schedule. Um, so we have Friday, right? I mean, no, not Friday. Why do I keep saying Friday? We have Saturday, where I will be playing The Enemy Within, and hopefully we will be finishing The Enemy Within, and then we'll have to figure out what else we're gonna play on Saturdays. And then we're gonna have Mystery Monday, where we continue playing Secret of the Scarlet Hand, and then we move on to the Tomb of the Lost Queen, and then we will play more of Cove and potentially Baxter, on Wednesday. So yeah, I'm so happy to be able to come back to this routine. I really like having this routine, of being able to chat with you guys and talk to you guys. I know I said it so much on Monday, that I really, and Saturday, you know, that I really miss you guys when I'm not streaming with you. So, yeah. Alright, guys. I'll be available to chat for a little bit, but I am gonna put the end screen up and play some music. Don't forget to click the like button, to subscribe, to do all of the things, you know, and those words mean different things on Twitch and YouTube. And I still mean them either way. You can subscribe on YouTube and you can subscribe on Twitch for depending, well, it depends on where you are, the price. But each subscription means a lot to me because it helps fund the stream. But yeah. All right, everybody. I'll see you when I see you. Drink your water. Take care of yourselves. Whether you were lurking, whether you were chatting, whether you were a body double, I really appreciate you being here, and I can't wait to see you on the next stream. Goodbye.